Check, check. the cheerleaders are going to do a half next or the last game. I can wait, but we were gonna do a half for the last night tonight, and so let you know, and then I have to return next time. I gotta make sure. I remember how to do it. I just got rid of it on my phone.
My dog.
Oh.
They told me only here till 7.
Let me text you while we're getting this. I just had to like front of it. Oh, gotcha. There it goes. There is blue here. Yeah. And then I think they Oh, sure I can. I'll wait till they pause and I'll play something. Thank you so much. She has a next According to the other coach, there are two varsity games tonight. Boys are playing after that.
Okay.
Sorry. That's like the bearer of bad news.
Yeah. I'm just worried about my dog.
No, I get that. What kind of dog you have?
He's just a little terrier.
If I could do, I totally would. But I understand that. Yeah. Sorry. If you need me, let me know.
Okay.
Can I get anything?
One of them I know of is in the office. I always just ask Marshall. So some of the room Wrangell,
Okay. The front desk down there. I thought actually I didn't see it. I was just trying to go check there. I'll go check there. If I can't find it, I'll let you know.
you have the back in there. Okay.
Well, if it works, it works.
Yeah, it works. Now I got to be doing this. Go back.
Thanks, guys.
Make sure it's running. If I remember right, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay. Before you go down, let's turn it right now. Turn it on, make sure it connects up. I thought there was only one game. I didn't realize it went JV game. You know. And I had to set the squad. Yeah. Okay. What? You want to test this?
Oh, sure. Should I ready or just something for this?
Test.
Okay.
Colette, can you hear me? One, two, three. Yes, but can you hear the audio okay? Is everything sounding all right? Perfect. There's no echoes or anything. It's just good quality radio coming at ya. There's some reverb. Okay.
So she said there is some reverb, some pushback. I wonder if maybe turn something down a little.
Two, three. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm just waiting for a reply. Way better. Okay, it just needed to be turned down. It was just up too high. Perfect. Thanks, Colette. We have about 8 minutes on the scoreboard, so about 2 minutes in, I will give a hello, and then you can start broadcasting then. All right, girl, we got 15 seconds to 2 minutes here for some good old-fashioned basketball. So, folks, you have tuned in to some Lady Wolves basketball against the Lady Haines Glacier Bears tonight, Thursday, February 1st, here in Wrangell, Alaska, broadcasting from Tlingit Ani. We're going to have a great night of basketball, folks. The Glacier Bears brought some snow with them, so we've got a bit of that greeting you as you come into the gym. So please do drive cautiously if you are out and about tonight. And we look forward to having you with us here as we have some good old-fashioned home games here. Coming to you from the Wrangell Court, brought to you this broadcast by KCK and their sponsors, and by the Student Tech Department here putting everything together, Spencer Pettigrew and Sean McDonald. And we have our teacher, Mr. Tony, here, bringing you some technology so you can view this basketball game on the YouTube channel. Thanks again to everybody for tuning in. Got about 50 seconds on the clock. We're going to have our starting five, and then it'll be go time. And for our cheerleaders tonight, McKinley Gillen, Caitlin Gillen, Annika Herman, Natalia Ashton, Charlie Nelson, AJ Roundtree, Jordan Hayes, Alicia Armstrong, and the muscle, Nate Rooney. All right, folks, that was your Wrangell High School fight song. Tonight at the score table, we have Tammy Meisner, Mike Hoyt, and Jeff Pettigrew.
Tonight's game between the visiting Haines Glacier Bears, Lady Glacier Bears, and your Wrangell Wolves. Just real quick before we start, we'd like to give a notice to the Wolves cheerleaders. Just like to announce their names right quick. Alicia Armstrong, the senior. McKinley Gillen, a senior. Nate Rooney, a senior. Annika Herman, junior. Natalia Ashton, freshman. Charlie Nelson, 8th grade. And AJ Roundtree, 8th grade.
Awesome. Little recognition for the cheer squad.
Visiting Lady Bears. Number 3, junior, Aria Long. Number 5, junior, Emma North. Number 32, junior, Ashlyn Ganey. Number 24, senior, Raven Hodge.
All right, we got Kayla Meisner for Wrangell.
Number 32, junior, Aubrey Whitman.
We've got Aubrey.
Number 35, sophomore, Jalen Nelson. Number 12, sophomore, Christina Johnson. And number 11, a freshman, Lana Harrison. Oh, Christy Good.
All right, folks. Pep band's doing the national anthem, and then I'll get you your starting five for both teams. All right. So starting five for Haines, we've got number 3 Long, number 5 Dorn, 32 Gainey, 24 Hotch, and 34 Stickler. And for Wrangell, we have Nelson, Meisner, Harrison, Johnson, and Wynn on the court. 32, Gainey is jumping off with Harrison. Tip goes to Wrangell. Johnson's got the ball, making it through the middle. Picks her dribble up. Passes left to Wynn. Wynn gets a screen from Nelson. Nelson turns with it and gets the ball from Wynn. Nelson back to Wynn. Wynn out to Johnson. Johnson trying to set it up. Tries to give a pass to Meisner, but 32's right there, but ends up in Meisner's hands. Meisner back to Johnson up top. Johnson moving right to Meisner. And looks like we have a 30-second timeout for Wrangell, so we're just going to keep it right here. Petersburg Wrangell Insurance supports youth basketball. Available during business hours by phone, email, text, and video conference. PW Insurance, protecting your assets and peace of mind. 1-800-478-3859. All right. Wrangell ball on the sidelines here, getting in the cheerleaders' way. Meisner passing into Johnson. Johnson's going to give it back to Meisner. Meisner is going to make her way into the hoop. Bounce pass to Nelson. Nelson out to Wynn. Wynn gives it off to Meisner. Meisner to Wynn. Wynn's looking around, gives it to Meisner in the corner. Meisner back to Wynn. Wynn to Johnson up top. Johnson moves it around but doesn't go far. Picks the ball up. Hands off to Meisner. Meisner is going to take one dribble, give it to Johnson for the three-fer, and it's no good. We have a rebound, ends up in Wrangell's hands, and Kayla's going to take a dribble and try to get through the wall of Glacier Bears, but she's not able to. Ends up on the floor, and it's going to be Wrangell ball on the ground. 6:55 on the clock. Johnson throwing the ball in under the hoop. Bounce pass to Meisner. Meisner gives off to Wynn. Wynn into Harrison. Harrison takes a second, looks over to Johnson. Johnson up for 2. It's no good. Rebound by Haines. I can't see the number yet. Number 3. Long with that rebound gives it off to our other friend, number 34, Stickler. Stickler up for 2, and it's good. Wrangell has the ball. Bounce pass into Harrison from Johnson. Harrison to Meisner. Meisner meets up with 3-point line, shoots it. It's no good. Ends up with Harrison. And maybe a jump ball action goes on, but I think it's going to be a foul. So we're going to have Johnson throwing the ball in under the hoop. And she's going to look for someone to throw into. That's going to be Nelson. Nelson up with the shot. It's no good. Harrison with the rebound. She's going to take a dribble and connect with the backboard and get it in for 2. I think somebody's forgetting to press the score. We're learning as we go, people. We've got new people at the helm, and we all got to learn. So just bear with us. 2-2 at this point. Haines has the ball. We have 34, Stickler with it, and she gives it back down to 3. Long. Long goes up with a nice layup for 2. 4-2. And Meisner has the ball up top. She's going to pass right to Johnson. Johnson's going to try to move in towards the basket. Bounces off her foot. It's going to be Haines' ball. And we have Long bringing the ball up for Haines. Looking to the left to 32. Gainey. Gainey moves into the paint, then passes to Stickler. Stickler up for 2. They got to watch out for her. She's got those layups ready to rock. Johnson has the ball in the middle, passes left to Meisner. Meisner looks around, passes back to Johnson. Johnson bounce pass to Harrison. Harrison out to Wynn. Wynn has a 3-pointer from the wingy there. Haines has the ball. Number 3 down into 24. 24 holds it, passes out to 5. And that's going to be a shot up, no good. We have Stickler with the rebound. She bounce passes, but it ends up with Meisner. Sorry, folks, I'll get the last names here shortly. It's just going to take me a second. There's a bit of a fumble with the ball. Johnson ends up with it. The shot's up. It's no good, but Harrison ends up with the rebound and makes 2. 7-6. We have Long with the ball. She passes off to Gainey. Gainey's at the top. Passes left to Long. Long's going to go left with it and try to move into the hoop. Passes off to Hotch, who is just sitting there wide open, so that's 2 points. 8-7. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Meisner with the ball, just stops at the 3-point line, and it's an air ball. All right, and we have Haines with the ball in the middle. That's number 3, Long. She's going to push it into Hotch. Hotch is going to look around. She's going to pass it back out to Long. Long's going to stop and shoot. No good. And Hotch with the rebound. It goes up. It's no good. Ends up with Wrangell. Meisner has the rebound. She's making her way up, looking around the court. Moves right with it, picks it up, gives it to Johnson. Johnson goes right with it. She stops her dribble and passes off to Meisner. Meisner's looking around, passes off to Johnson. Johnson into Nelson. Nelson gets stripped by Stickler. Stickler off to number 5. 5-32. The shot's up. It's no good. Ends up in Nelson's hands, but there's a little bit of a nothing going on. She gets it over to Harrison. Harrison to Wynn. Wynn tries to get back to Harrison, but it ends up with Haines. Number 3, Long has the ball. She's going to try to make it all the way in for 2 points, and she does. 10-7. Haines is up. Harrison with the ball up top. She's trying to call somebody through. She picks up the ball, gives it to Wynn. Wynn's going to square it, but stops. Takes one dribble to the right, goes up with it, and it's no good. So it ends up in Haines' balls. Ends up in Haines' hands, excuse me. And number 3 had the ball, tried to pass off to Dorn, but Christina Johnson got in there and tied the ball up. All right, here's the fun. We have a couple subs coming in, so I need to look at their names on here. We have Graham in the game, number 10. And number 12 as well, and that's Salmon. Andrews has the ball for Wrangell. She passes into Harrison. Harrison out to Johnson. Johnson over to Wynn. Wynn into Nelson, who's right under the basket. But Hotch is there and strips the ball from her. Hotch gives it out to Long. Long into Hotch. Hotch goes up with it. It's no good. Nelson gets the rebound. Nelson to Harrison, Harrison to Johnson. Johnson stops at the top, gives off to Harrison down in the paint. She tries to dribble, almost loses it, hands it off to Wynn. Wynn goes up, shot's no good. Nelson ends up with the rebound, holds on to it, gets it back out to Wynn. Wynn to Harrison. Harrison tries to go baseline, gives it out to Nelson, and Nelson passes to Andrews. Andrews is going to move into the court, goes 1-2, but gets stopped by Hotch. And now we have number 10 with the ball, Graham, and she passes off to number 32, Gainey. 30-second timeout for Haines. 2:21 on the first quarter. 10 for Haines, 7 for Wrangell. Wolves basketball is brought to you by Wrangell Extended Stay, offering rooms with private bath and full kitchenettes, as well as family units. Located in Wrangell, across from the ferry terminal. Information at WrangellExtendedStay.com or 907-305-0989. All right, folks, again, Haines has 10, Wrangell has 7, and there's 2:21 on the clock. Nobody is rushing to get out of their break. Everyone's still in the timeout. All right. Here we go. Haines has the ball on the sideline. We have Long with the ball up top. She's going to move it left to Graham. Graham's going to give it off to 32, Gainey. Gainey back to Graham. Graham's going to hand off to Long. Long's going to try to move in. And then she's going to pick up her dribble, bounce pass into the paint to number 10, Graham. Graham goes up for 2. It's no good. Ends up with Wrangell rebound, but 32, Gainey is right there to try to get it back, but Wrangell keeps it. Harrison has the ball, handing off to Johnson. Johnson goes up for 3. It's no good, but ends up with Haines. Graham ends up with that easy rebound. Long has the ball up top. Long's going to pass it off left to Gainey. Gainey's going to move left, pick up her dribble, wait for somebody, pass it long to Long. Over there on the other side of the court, bounce pass into Hotch. Just missed her, and it goes out of bounds, so I think it's going to be Wrangell ball. And we have Stickler coming back in the game, and Salmon's going to sit out. All right, Haines with the ball. Pass it off to Long. Long at the top, moves into the paint, passes off to Stickler. Stickler gets it up for 2, but it's no good. Ends up with Hotch. Hotch out to Long. Long goes up for again, but ends up with a rebound by Harrison. Harrison passes off to Johnson. Picks up her dribble, gives it to Harrison. Harrison at the top gives it down to Andrews. Andrews looks over and gets the ball up there, but it's no good. Ends up with Stickler. Stickler gives it to Long. Long is making her way down the court pretty quickly and passes off to number 32, Gainey. Gainey back to Long. Long goes up with the shot. It's no good. And Stickler ends up with the rebound, gets it back to Long. Long's going to go left with it and stop, and everyone's saying travel, and the referees agree with her, or agree with the crowd. We have Johnson with the ball, passing it off to Andrews. Andrews gets it into Harrison. Harrison goes in with 2 points easy. Just got to get that strong armed pass in there to her. We got Long up top with the ball for Haines. He's going to bounce pass it into Hotch. Hotch back to Long. Long tries to get into Hotch, but it ends up with Andrews. Andrews is going to make her way down the court and pass Long to Harrison. Harrison's going to go up for 2 points, but it's no good. Ends up with Nelson. Nelson gets herself in sort of a jump ball situation, but it ends out with Harrison. Harrison bounce passes it into Nelson. Nelson out to Churchill, who's in the game, out to Andrews, into Harrison. Ball goes up, it's no good, but a foul is called. So that was the buzzer for the first quarter. Looks like we've got a foul, and we have Harrison at the line. Sorry, I don't know who fouled. Shots up for Harrison, it's good. 10-10, game's tied. And that shot was just a little shy, so it's gonna go off the rim. And there's the pep band. We're going to have the teams coming back to the court in just a second. Support for Wrangell Wolves basketball is brought to you by First Bank. First Bank, the one who's here. We have the Lady Wolves on the court. We have Easterly, Churchill, Andrews, Johnson, and Harrison. All right, for Haines we have Dorn, Long, Stickler, Hotch, and Gainey. Twelve to 8 is the actual score, everybody. Again, we're all learning. We've got new folks on the scoreboard, and they're doing a great job. It's just it's a lot. It's a lot all at once. It really is. All right, Haines has the ball on top, trying to pass off to Gainey, but Churchill was right there, running into Gainey, so a foul is called. I don't think Della meant to go Mach 10 at her, but that's what happened, and she just couldn't stop. So we've got Dorn passing in from the sidelines to Long. Long's going to give it off to Gainey. Gainey back to Long. Long's going to get it off to Dorn. Dorn to Long. Long's going to drive into the paint. Bounce pass to Hotch. Hotch up for 2. It's no good. And you've got Stickler with the rebound. It goes up. It's no good. But Hotch gets that rebound and goes up for 2, and that's good. And the Haines boys say, hooray! That was them yelling. Must have been the JV game. I was listening from home, and I was like, what is this noise happening? It was them saying, hooray! And that's a hooray for Andrews, a three-pointer. 14-11. Second quarter, 7:12 on the clock. 14 Haines, 11 Wrangell. And we have Dorn with the ball, passing off to Gainey up top. Gainey's going to give it back to Dorn. Dorn's going to try to move in, but passes off to Long. Long's going to go left, stop and shoot. And it's no bueno, ends up in Harrison's hands, and she's going to make her way down the court. Moves her way into the paint, but Haines is right there, so she ends up giving it out, and it ends up with Johnson, then Churchill back into Harrison. Harrison's going to take one dribble and travel. Now we have Meisner coming in the game, Mindy. Dorn passing in to Long. Long has it up top, and she's going to pass it left to Gainey. A pick and roll by Stickler, and Gainey tries to get it to Stickler, but it doesn't quite stick, so she gives it back to Gainey. Gainey out to Hotch to Long, and it's going to end up back in Gainey's hands. She's going to kind of launch the ball up there, and then it's going to end up with Wrangell. We've got Harrison with the ball up top, moving it to Meisner Mindy, and she's going to move the ball around and then give it back to Harrison. Harrison's going to find a lane in there, but goes up too strong, and it bounces off the backboard, And then it ends up in Easterly's hands, so she brings it up for 2. We had Stickler on the ground, but she's up. She's doing okay. Tried to set a pick, didn't stick. And now we have Gainey with the ball, passing to Dorn. Dorn into Hotch. Hotch goes up for 2. It's good. We've got some powerful, fast basketball going by the Glacier Bears tonight. The Haines Lady Glacier Bears. Andrews with the ball. She goes right, she goes left, dives into the paint, then passes out to Churchill. Churchill back to Andrews. Andrews goes back into the paint, goes up for 2. It's no good. Harrison ends up with the ball and passes it right to Gainey. Gainey makes her way down the court on the right-hand side, moves in, stops, passes out to Stickler. Stickler goes in for 2, and it's no good, but a foul's going to be called. And we've got Stickler at the free throw line. Shots up. It's no good. Got a few different folks in for Wrangell right now. Looks like Nelson, Easterly, Mindy Meisner, Churchill, and Wynn are in the game. It's 16 Haines, 13 Wrangell, 5:05 on the clock. Stickler goes up. That shot is good for her free throw. We've got Churchill making her way down the court. She's going to stop and lose the ball, and Long's going to end up with it. She's making her way down the court, goes for a big 1-2, and goes up with it, and it's good. She's a quick little one, isn't she? She's all over the court really fast. And we got Churchill giving it over to Meisner, Mindy, and she gives it to Nelson, and then she goes up with a shot. It's no good, and ends up out of bounds. Wrangell ball. Della's trying to throw it in. She's going to get it into Easterly, but it's going to end up with Haines. Long has the ball after Stickler pushed it out for her. Gainey trying to make a pass, but Wynn was right there. Little 32-32 action going on right now. So that ball went out of bounds. It went off Wynn's hands, so now it's going to be Dorn passing in from the side. We've got Della Churchill sitting out, and we've got Kayla Meisner in the game now. Dorn passes into Long over to Gainey. Gainey is going to stop and get it into Stickler. Stickler takes a power dribble, gets it up for 2. We've got Kayla Meisner making her way down the court, passing off to Mindy. Mindy's up top. She's going to give it over to Nelson on the right-hand side, giving it out to Wynn. Wynn's in the corner, going to take a dribble, pick it up, give it to Harrison. Harrison throws it, bounce pass into Easterly in the paint. Easterly out to Wynn. Wynn makes her way over to the right, then hands off to Kayla Meisner up on the top. Kayla Meisner over to Mindy Meisner. Mindy Meisner down into Easterly. Easterly out to Wynn. Wynn goes up with it. The shot's no good. Ends up with Haines. Gainey's making her way down the court. She's going to pass Long to Dorn. Dorn goes up with it. It's no good. And rebound kind of comes all over, but ends up with Hotch. Hotch out to Long. Long goes up with it. That's going to be no good, so it ends up with Kayla Meisner. She's making her way down the court. Hustling, making it into the paint with a nice 1-2. Everybody had their backs to her, so she took advantage of that. Right into the paint. It took a nice big 1-2 wide step and put up the free throw, or the layup there. It was beautiful. 21-15, Haines is up. All right, we have Kayla Meisner, Andrews, Mindy Meisner, Harrison, and Wynn in the game. Andrews, ball up top, passing off to Wynn. Wynn's going to give it into Harrison. Harrison's going to look around, but pass it back out to Wynn. Wynn's going to take the 3, and it's good. Andrews gives her a nice pat on the back with a smile. And we have Gainey up top with the ball, passing left to Dorn. Dorn has it, gives it off to Stickler. Stickler passes back to Dorn. Dorn to Long. Long stops, is looking for somebody, passes to Dorn. Dorn puts the ball up, it's no good, ends up with Andrews. Andrews has the ball, is making her way up the court. Passes left to Wynn. Wynn goes up for a shot. It's no good, but she goes in after her shot, gets the rebound after Harrison tries to get it as well. And Wynn ends up going up for two, and it's good. All right, we have Long with the ball up top for Haines. Bounce pass into Hotch. Hotch down to Dorn. It's just over Dorn's head, so she passes back out to Long. Long's going to drive into the paint with a nice 1-2. Goes up, it's good. And J. Bush says yes, count that basket. So we have 23-20. Haines is up. We've got 2:04 on the clock. And we have Long at the free throw line because she hustled in there and got the ball in the air for the count it. Shots up. It's good. And we've got Harrison passing out to Martinson. Sophia's in the game. She's going to move right with it and pass off to Kayla Meisner. Kayla's going to give in to Harrison. Harrison's going to turn, and go in with 1-2. That's a two-pointer. She made a nice maneuver there. Looked left, looked right, and brought it into the hoop. 24-22. Gainey goes up with the ball from far away, and the shot's no good. Ends up with Harrison. Harrison moves herself into the paint, passes out to Martinson. Martinson tries to dribble the ball and make her way back in to be able to pass to Harrison, but ends up on the ground. Wrangell has the ball on the sidelines. We've got Harrison throwing into Andrews. That was Kayla Meisner that threw into Andrews. And then Andrews back to Meisner. Meisner's going into the paint. Up for two, it's no good. And we have Long making her way quickly down the court, and she makes her way into the paint. Bounce passes to Gainey. Gainey out to Graham. Graham back to Gainey to Long on the top. Long to Gainey. Gainey's going to dribble in a few, stop, and pass off to Hotch. Hotch back out to Gainey. Gainey long across the court to Long. And Long's going to dribble around, try to make something happen, passes out to Gainey at the top. Gainey to Long. Long's dribbling around, gets a screen from Hotch. Tries to go right with it and pass to Graham. Graham tries to give it back, and it ends up with Wrangell getting the ball. So we're going to have Kayla Meisner throwing in from the sidelines. Into Andrews. Andrews picks up her dribble, gives it to Kayla Meisner. Wynn flashes into the paint, goes up with it, a little too strong, and Harrison was right there to rebound, and then she goes back up with it and gets a foul called. Might not always be pretty when you go up with it, but if you get that foul called, you at least have a shot at a couple of shots. So that's exactly what she did. Now she's at the free throw line. 24 Haines, 22 Wrangell, 28.2 on the clock. First shot was up and good. Second shot is up and it's good. We're tied up, folks, 24-24. Gainey making her way down the court, calling out a play. Passes to Hotch. Hotch gives it to Gainey to Graham. Graham to Long. Long makes it into the paint. Tries to at least with two. It's no good. And ends up out of bounds on Wrangell. Kayla Meisner was trying to save the ball and then ended up bouncing it off of her own teammates, but not knowing who was behind her, just taking the chance. Haines has the ball under the basket, tries to pass into Graham, but Andrews, like a speed of lightning, is right there to deflect the pass. Oh, we got Scarlett Angerman in the house, everybody. And we have Haines at the free throw line. Graham. Graham goes up with it. Shots up. In and out. In and out. Second shot's up. It's no good. Ends up with Wrangell and Haines. Hotch and Wynn both had their hands on the ball, so it's going to be a jump ball and stay with Haines. Jeff's making sure about something. The scorekeeper's booth. Talking to the Haines coach. We got 20-24 on the clock on the scoreboard and 2.5 seconds. White ball, everybody. All right. Okay. Shooting the ball long is Harrison. And didn't quite make it. That's halftime, folks. We're all tied up, 24-24. And I think we'll be back in about 10 minutes is what they usually give them, I think. So, Colette, I'm going to send it back to you. And I will give you another, 2-minute heads up when I'm ready to come back. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on the YouTube channel and on KSK 101.7 FM. And thanks to everybody listening in over there in Haines, Alaska. All right, we've got 2 minutes on the clock. All right, folks, we are back for the second half of the Lady Wolves versus the Lady Glacier Bears. And we have 24-24 on the scoreboard. Thank you for joining us here tonight. We have about a minute left on the clock. I just want to let everybody know KSDK has an Alaska Airline raffle going on right now. So if you want to support public radio in Wrangell, you can do that by purchasing some Alaska Air raffle tickets. Call KSDK during business hours, 907-874-2345 to purchase those tickets over the phone with a credit card. $10 each or 6 for $50, and you could walk away with 2 round-trip tickets anywhere Alaska Airlines flies. We'll draw the lucky winning ticket February 14th on air. You don't have to be in Wrangell to support public radio in the 99929. So please do think about it, purchasing some of those lucky raffle tickets. Here we go, folks. Second half of the game, currently tied up 24-24. We have Dorn on the sidelines, waiting for the clock to buzz. There's the buzzer. Mike's resetting the scoreboard. There we go. And we're back. Dorn passes into Long. Long's going to have the ball up top and pass off to Gainey. Gainey's going to give in to Stickler, but Wrangell was right there to get it out of her hands. So we're going to have Dorn passing the ball in under the hoop. And she's going to give it Long, out to Long. Long over to Gainey up top. Gainey's going to move right with it, pick it up, and give it to Long on the top. Long's going to move right, give it back to Gainey. Gainey's going to give it back up top to Dorn. Dorn's going to try to move in, then give it out to Gainey. Gainey's going to go left with it, pick it up, give it to Long. Long's going to give it back to Dorn on the top. Dorn down into Stickler. Stickler's going to take one dribble in and go up for it, but it's no good. Ends up with Harrison. Harrison passes off to Kayla Meisner. Kayla's going to have it up top. She's looking around, waiting for something to happen. So she moves right with it, then moves left, shoots into the paint, goes up for 2. It's no good. Haines is right there for the rebound and ends up in Long's hands. Long passes it down, trying to get it to Dorn, but it ends up in Wynn's hands. Wynn has it up top, and she's going to give it right to Nelson. Nelson passes back off to Wynn. Wynn gets it into Harrison in the paint. Harrison turns around, takes a dribble and a step, and goes up with it for 2. Stickler passes into Long. Long's got it up top, moves it left to Dorn. Dorn's going to come back up top with it and give it off to Gainey. Gainey moves it right to Long. Long's going to move it back up top to Dorn. Dorn's going to go up the shot. It's good. That's 3 points. There we go, 27-26. Wrangell with the ball, Johnson up top. She picks up her dribble and gives it off to Kayla Meisner. Kayla goes left into the paint. Bounce pass to Harrison. Harrison looks in, ends up dribbling out and gives it off to Kayla Meisner. Meisner over to Johnson. Johnson back to Kayla Meisner. Wrangell's trying to set something up, but it's not going too well. Kayla's moving the ball around, gives it off to Johnson. Johnson bounce pass into Wynn. Wynn looks around, gives it to Harrison, who goes under the hoop with it, and it's just shy. So it ends up with Haines, and it's going to end back up with Wrangell after a double dribble. We've got Johnson with the ball. She's going to move it left and picks up her dribble and gives it off to Kayla Meisner. Kayla goes down to the top of the key there and gives it off to Nelson. Nelson to Wynn. Wynn goes up with it. It's no good. And the rebound ends up with Hotch. Hotch gives it to Long. Long's making a quick hustle down the court. Goes up for two. It's no good. Ends up with Kayla Meisner. She's protecting the ball and brings it back down the court. Pushes it up to Harrison. Harrison brings it in. Takes two dribbles. Puts the shot up. And Jabush calls a foul on Hotch, who looks very apologetic about it. Oh, no. Okay, I get it now. She was trying to tell Jeff, I was up and down, you know, kind of thing, and the coach was as well. So we have Harrison at the line now. Ball's up. It's good. 28-28. We're tied again. 27-29. Excuse me, folks. 27-29. Wrangell's up. 5 minutes on the clock, third quarter. Going left with it to Dorn. Dorn back up top to Long. Long goes up for the shot. It's an air ball. She tried. And we've got Harrison under the hoop, giving it into Johnson. Johnson's going to try to go right with it. She's going to make her way past Long and give it out to Nelson. Nelson goes up with a shot. It's no good, but there's nobody there to rebound the ball, so it ends up with Dorn. There was a whistle called, and now it's Wrangell ball. Trying to figure out what the whistle was for. Maybe a travel or something. I'm not sure, but it's Wrangell ball now. So Andrews into Kayla Meisner. She puts a shot up. It's no good. Andrews ends up with the ball kind of on top of her head and spins it off to Nelson. And then Nelson tries to pass it off, and then it ends up in Haines' hands. So we have Haines throwing the ball in and making their way down the court. We've got Dorn with the ball up top. She picks it up, passes right to Gainey. Gainey's going to move her way in and try to give off to Hotch. And Haines' coach is just, you know, saying, slow down a little, slow down a little. And we've got Kayla Meisner passing off to Harrison up top. Harrison's looking long, trying to get it into Wynn. And she's going to try to move it around, gets it out to Wynn, and then flashes into the paint. Sets herself up for a nice two-point shot right under the basket. Coach Good is quite pleased with her right now. Gainey has the ball on the side there. She puts up a three-point shot. It's no good and ends up in Wynn's hands. Wynn tries to do a long pass. Tries to do a long pass. That was intense. Tries to do a long pass. Addie knows it's not going to get to her, so she tries to get there, and she ends up on the ground and does a crazy somersault-looking thing, and it ends up being Haines' ball. But fortunately, she didn't twist anything, because that was a quick moment on the ground, but it was a little roly-poly, you know. So we've got Long with the ball. She makes her way into the paint and almost goes all the way, but a foul's called. Jabush is saying it happened on the ground. It was a push. I don't know who did it. They're not putting the fouls up on the board. But we have Long with the ball trying to get it into the paint, and Meisner ends up with it, makes her way down the court, stops at the three-pointer, and it's no good, but ends up with Wynn. Wynn gets it into Nelson. Nelson goes up for 2 points under the basket, but ends up getting fouled, so she's going to have a free throw shot. Nelson's first shot is up. It's good. So that's 32 Wrangell, 27 Haines, 3:36 on the clock, third quarter. Shaylin's second shot's going to go up. Also good. And Long has the ball at the top. Gives it off to Hotch. Hotch turns around, ends up giving it back to Long. Long down into Graham. Graham bounce passes over to Gainey. Gainey out to, that is Salmon. Graham over to Salmon. Salmon over to Gainey. And then it ends up with Hotch. Hotch gives it out to Long. Long bounce passes to Graham. Graham goes up with it. Shots in and out. And we've got a crazy rebound going on right now. First it was with Hotch, then it was Nelson, and then it was a jump ball. 33 Wrangell, 27 Haines. 3:06 on the clock. And we have Andrews with the ball in the middle. Bounce passes right to Kayla Meisner. She gets it into Harrison, who moves herself down towards the hoop, but passes back out to Andrews. Andrews to Kayla Meisner. Meisner over to Wynn. Wynn moves in with it. Bounce passes into Harrison. Harrison saying, my bad. And it ends up in Haines' hands. Bounce pass ended up out of bounds. We got Long with the ball up top. She picks up her dribble, passes right to Gainey. Gainey brings it. Oh, she should have just kept going through the middle, but Andrews is right there to stop her. Gainey over to Hotch. Hotch back to Gainey. Gainey to Graham. Graham tries to get it to Long. And we have Kayla Meisner getting in the way of that, and it's going to be Wrangell ball. Kayla's coming out of the game. And we have Churchill in. We have Harrison to Churchill, Churchill to Harrison. Oh, she tries to give the ball to Della, but it gets kerfunkled. And then Della gets back to Harrison. Harrison out to Nelson. Nelson to Della. Della out to Wynn. Wynn goes up with the shot. It's no good. We've got a rebound by a few people, but ends up with Harrison out to Wynn. Wynn goes up with the shot. It's no good. Ends up with Long. Long passes it down the court to Gainey. Gainey takes a nice layup, leisurely layup under the hoop, and it's 33 Wrangell, 29 Haines. Churchill to Wynn. Wynn down into Harrison. Harrison's going to take one dribble, do a spin, give it back out to Wynn. Wynn almost loses the ball, gets it to Nelson. Nelson passes to Churchill. Churchill gives it to Harrison. Harrison shoots it out to Wynn. Wynn goes up with it. Shot's no good. Ends up with Graham. Graham almost gets it taken away by Wynn and Harrison, but gets it to Long. Long makes her way down the court, sashays through the Wolfpack, and goes up for two, and it's good. 33-31. Minute 18. We've got timeout. Full timeout with good. She's not happy. I'm going to send it back to you, Colette, and we'll serenade our YouTube listeners with a few underwriters. Support for Wrangell Wolves basketball is brought to you by Alaska Charters and Adventures, specializing in personalized small group tours in the Tongass. Visit alaskaupclose.com. Go Wrangell Wolves and have a great season. Support for Wrangell Wolves comes from Wrangell IGA. Wrangell IGA is a full-service grocery store open 7 days a week and is a proud sponsor of the Wrangell Wolves. 33 Wrangell, 31 Haines. It's been a tight game all night. We've got a minute 18 on the clock, and it's the third quarter. All right, Wrangell has the ball. Andrews into Easterly. Easterly gives it into Harrison, who flashes down. She tries to do something, but doesn't realize she had an opening, and then it was too late, and then she passes off to Nelson. Nelson goes up with it, and it's good. And it looks like they also called a foul, so she's going to be shooting at the free throw as well. That shot goes up. It's no good. Ends up with Haines. Hotch makes that rebound, gives it off to Dorn. And Dorn stops at the three-point line, puts it up. It's no good. Gets her own rebound, puts it up again, and gets a foul called. So she's going to be able to be at the free throw line. 35-31. Wrangell's up with a minute 01 on the clock. Dorn's shot is up. It's no good. Loving those teal Nikes, though. Second shot is up, no good. Churchill ends up with that rebound, makes her way down the court, is looking long but doesn't make the pass and keeps it up top, then tries to get it into Andrews, almost does it, but Andrews does a power pass into Nelson and makes Nelson shuffle her feet a bit, so she travels, and it's going to be Haines' ball. All right, now we have Long with the ball up top for Haines. She's looking around, passes right to Dorn. Churchill's right there to meet Dorn, and Dorn gives it off to Hotch. Hotch to Long. Long's moving into the lower area and then passes out to Gainey. Gainey over to Hotch. Hotch takes a dribble, moves around, tries to go up. And a foul's called. Wrangell coaches are saying, hey, straight up, straight up. 33 seconds on the clock, 35 Wrangell, 31 Haines. First shot for Hotch is up and good. And ball's up. It's no good. Wrangell ends up with the rebound. Nelson ends up with that and gives it to Harrison. Harrison passes off to Meisner. Meisner gives it into Harrison, who's flashing into the paint, but hands it out to Nelson. Nelson out to Kayla. Kayla out to Churchill. Churchill gets it down into the paint to Harrison, but out to Easterly. Easterly goes up with the shot. It's no good. And Kayla Meisner's right there to pickle the ball out of Haynes' hand and ends up with it and gives it down into Nelson. Nelson shoots it back out to, tries to give it out to Churchill, but it ends up with Long. Long makes her way down the court and ends up getting pushed or fouled or something, and Jay Bush caught it from afar, but nobody else did, and the Haines coach was like, are you kidding? And Jeff kind of just gives him the fist in the air look, and the Haines coach is like, oh, you saw it, good, okay. So now we have Long at the line. Sorry, I'm not laughing at the foul, I'm just laughing at the interaction between the Haines coach and Jay Bush. And Long's shot is up and it's good. Jay Bush is just like hand in the air, fist in the air, like, yes, I am here with you. I saw the foul. And we have the second shot up for Long and it was no good. So a little bit of a timeout here. Support for Wrangell Wolves basketball comes from Breakaway Adventures, supporting healthy youth activities in our community. Go Wolves. It's 35 Wrangell, 33 Haines. It's a new quarter, everybody. And we've got Stickler coming into the game. We've got cheerleaders on the court, pepping up the crowd. All right. And I think Nate must have just joined recently, because the last time I was calling the game, I don't think he was here. So, welcome to the team, Nate. Happy to have you. All right, we have Haines with the ball on the sidelines. That's Dorn. She's going to throw into Long. And Long is going to stop her dribble, give it into Stickler. Stickler's going to wait for Long to flash by her. Long's going to go up for two. She's going to go up for two, and there was a block happening, so that shot is good, and she's going to go back to the free throw line. 35-35. Her shot's up, it's no good. So it's going to be Wrangell ball. Tied game. Maybe we'll go into overtime. That would be fun. All right, Harrison with the ball. It looks like Haines is putting the pressure on. Harrison used her arm a little bit to try to get Long off of her. And Brooksy was not having any of that. So it is going to be Haines' ball. He wants a clean, no arms game, ladies. He's not into that tonight. All right, Long with the ball, moving it left to Gainey. Gainey's going to give it to Dorn. Dorn's going to go up with the shot. It's no good. It's going to end up with Kayla Meisner, and she's going to make her way down the court. And she's going to stop at the top. Moving it right to Churchill. Churchill back to Meisner. Meisner over to Easterly. Easterly's going to dribble, pick it up, give it down into Churchill, who's down near the hoop there, but just about loses the ball, gives it off to Kayla Meisner. Kayla Meisner bounce passes into Harrison. Harrison out to Kayla Meisner. It goes up, shot's no good, and ends up with Haines. Haines passes down to Long, and the shot's good. The layup's good for Long, and Easterly's there with her hand there, but ends up with the shot going up, and it's good. So now we had Wrangell ball, and I think Dorn probably made that foul. 35 Wrangell, 37 Haines. 6:53 on the clock. Long pass from the sidelines into Easterly. Easterly gives it into Harrison at the top of the key. She tries to move down, gives it out to Nelson. Nelson to Easterly. Easterly goes up for 3 points. It's no good, but ends up with Stickler. Stickler is going to give it to Long. They're going to make their way down the court and pass Long to Dorn. Dorn goes with the shot up. It's no good. And sounds like it's going to be Haines' ball. Churchill's coming out of the game. And Mindy Meisner's in. Got Dorn under the hoop, passing into Hatch. Hatch to Dorn. And Dorn goes up with it, no good. Ends up with Alexis Easterly, and she's making her way down the court. Oh, ends up traveling. She's got her hands in her forehead like, oh God, why did I just do that? It's just one of those moments, it happens. All right, so we got Long back up top with it, passing off to Dorn. Dorn's going to give it back to Long. Long's going to pass left to 32, Gainey. Gainey's going to pick up her dribble and give back to Long. Long's going to make it into the key, and refs are saying we've got a foul on the ground. And Easterly's out of the game, and we've got Wynn back in. Dorn's passing the ball in under the hoop. She's trying to look for somebody. Bounce pass into Long, and then Long gets fouled again. So she's going to be back at the free throw line, I'm pretty sure. So, yep, Long's at the free throw line. It's 37 Haines, 35 Wrangell, 6 minutes on the clock. Her shot is up, it's good. Shots up for Long. It is no good. Wynn ends up with the ball, and she's going to try to make her way down the court. Gives it to Nelson. Nelson back to Wynn. Wynn gives it to Martinson. Martinson bounce passes into Harrison, who looks around but passes out to Wynn. Wynn's going to try to make her way in, but stays up top and passes off to Mindy Meisner, who gives it into the paint to Harrison, out to Wynn. Wynn goes up with the shot. It's no good. Ends up with Martinson. And Martinson tries to bounce it into Harrison, who has a lot of people on her, but she gets it over to Mindy Meisner, who goes up with it. It's no good. It ends up with Haines. Dorn has the ball now, and she's making her way down the court. She picks up her dribble and gives it to Long. Long is at the top, and she's going to she's going to pass it left. She should have waited 2 more seconds. Martinson ended up on the ground. She could have gone in, but she passed it off. Anyhow, Long's got the ball back. She tries to go in for 2. It's no good, and Harrison is right there to pick up the ball and make her way down the court, looking behind her to make sure Long's not there to steal it away. She bounce passes into Nelson, and Nelson gets the ball stripped from her, and it's going to be Haines' ball now. And we have Long at top with the ball. She's going to bounce pass into Stickler. Stickler to Long. Long's going to make a nice layup. 40-35. That's what we call the pass and go. You know, pass the ball and then make a move. Don't just stand there. You got to pass it and go. Do something. I don't care if you go around the corner and get a drink of water. You can't stand there. You got to be moving your feet always. All right, folks, 40 for Haines, 35 for Wrangell. 4 minutes, 31 seconds on the clock. It is the fourth quarter. I'm going to send it back to Colette. And for you folks on the YouTube channel, the Wrangell Teachers Association supports healthy activities for all students and is proud to support the Wrangell Wolves this season. The Wrangell Teachers Association, fostering and encouraging all students to excel to their potential. Go Wolves! Support for this broadcast of the Wrangell Wolves basketball games is brought to you in part by Century Hardware and Marine. Century is a proud supporter of the Wrangell's local youth activities. Go Wolves! 40 for Haines, 35 for Wrangell, 4:31 on the clock. It's the fourth quarter. All right, Andrews has the ball on the sideline. She's going to pass into Martinson, who gets it into Harrison in the paint, who passes out to Andrews. Andrews to Martinson, who's wide open. Shot goes up. It's no good, but ends up with Wynn. She looks for the shot, but passes out to Andrews. Andrews to Martinson. Martinson goes up with the same shot, and it's no good. Ends up with Haines. Stickler gets that rebound and hands it off to Long. Long passes to the right down to Dorn. Dorn goes up with the shot. It's no good. Ends up with Andrews. Stickler's like, yeah, girl, take it. I'm not trying to mess with that right now. So Andrews passes off to Wynn. Wynn gets it down into Harrison. Harrison moves herself under the basket and then passes out to Nelson. Nelson to Martinson. Martinson to Andrews. Andrews to Wynn. Down into Harrison. And I think they're calling a foul on Stickler for a push. We got Andrews passing the ball in from under the basket, looking for somebody, tries to get it into Wynn, but Gainey is right there. All right, Andrews is under the basket, passes into Wynn. Wynn moves around and passes left to Nelson. Nelson back out to Wynn. Wynn's going to pass it up top to Andrews. Andrews right to Martinson. Martinson back up top to Andrews. Andrews moves it left to Wynn. Into the paint a little bit there to Nelson. Nelson out to Andrews. Tries to bounce pass to Martinson, but she kind of has to move quite a ways to get to it. Ends up in Andrews' hands again. Over to Wynn. They're trying to get it into Harrison into the paint. Almost ends up with Haines. Harrison moves herself under there, gets a ball up, but Haines ends up with the rebound. Dorn has the ball, moves all the way down the court, goes up for two, it's no good. Harrison ends up with the rebound. She's making her way down the court. Makes her way into the paint, goes up for two, gets checked by the rim, ends back up in Haines' hands, and Dorn passes off to Gainey. Gainey stops herself, goes up for the shot, it's no good. Stickler gets it, shot goes up, it's good. And now we have a full timeout by the Haines coach. So Colette, I'm gonna send it back to you. And for our folks on YouTube, support for Wrangell Wolves basketball comes from Alaska Marine Lines, featuring year-round, twice-weekly service to Southeast Alaska. Rate estimates and sailing schedules available online at linden.com or in Wrangell at 907-874-3314. AML wishes the Wolves the best of luck this season. Support for Wrangell Wolves basketball games is brought to you by Alaska Waters and 56 North. Alaska Waters and 56 North are proud supporters of healthy youth activities in Wrangell. Go Wolves! So we have 42 for Haines, 35 for Wrangell, 2:46 on the clock, and it's the fourth quarter. All right. The ladies are back on the court, and it's going to be Wrangell ball. Looks like Haines is going to put on some full court pressure. Andrews passes into Harrison. Harrison back to Andrews. Andrews to Harrison. They're going to make their way down the court, and Harrison is going to pick up her dribble and pass out to Martinson. Martinson to Andrews. Andrews over to Wynn. Wynn gets it in to Harrison. Harrison out to Andrews. Harrison over to Wynn. Wynn's looking around. Passes into Harrison. Harrison takes a dribble, looks around, stops herself, and passes back out to Wynn. And Wynn loses the ball. It's going to be Haines' ball. All right. Got Haines at the top. That's Long passing off to Gainey. Gainey's moving in and stops her dribble and tries to pass out, but it ends up out of bounds with Haines with the last touch. So it's going to be Wrangell ball. Andrews sidelines. Handing into Martinson. Martinson's going to give it back to Andrews. Andrews into Harrison. Haines kind of tips it out there and ends up in Martinson's hands. Martinson to Harrison. Harrison to Andrews. Harrison's going to take a dribble, spin around, give it back out to Andrews. Andrews to Martinson. Martinson to Andrews. Andrews into Harrison. Harrison goes up for two, and it's good. All right, we got Long at the top, and picks up her dribble and bounce passes into Hotch, but Nelson was right there to push it out of the way, but it ends back up with Haines. So we have Gainey at the top with it, and she's going to pick up her dribble, pass to Long, and Long's going to move left. Now she's back up top. Picks up her dribble, gives it to Dorn. Now she's going to set a screen for Dorn. Dorn's going to move right, pass it back up to Long. Long back to Dorn. And Dorn's going to pass it out to the back of the top of the key to Gainey. Gainey's going to make her way in, and Wynn grabs her arm to foul. So we've got 42 Haines, 37 Wrangell. A minute 02 on the clock, fourth quarter, and we have Gainey at the free throw line. Her shot's up. It's no good. (42-37). Second shot is up. It's no good. Now we have Wynn with the rebound, and she passes off to Harrison. Harrison is up top, passes off to Wynn. Wynn down into Nelson. Nelson goes up for two. It's no good. Stickler ends up with the rebound, and then Wrangell was right there. So now we have a foul, I believe, maybe on Nelson. So now it's going to be Haines' ball. 51 seconds on the clock, 42-37. Shooting is going to be Stickler. (42 Haines, 37 Wrangell, 51.4 seconds on the clock. Stickler's first shot is up. Oh, she's a lefty. Didn't realize that earlier tonight. Well, her first shot was good. And her second shot is good. Excellent form. Johnson has the ball. She's giving it off to Andrews. Andrews gives it off to Harrison, flashes in the paint, gets herself underneath, goes up for two. It's no good. Was with Haines, but now it's back with Wrangell. Wynn to Johnson. Johnson to Andrews. Andrews gives it down to the paint to Harrison. She's twisting around, gives it back off to Andrews. Andrews tries to goes up, but she gets stuffed. Gives it top to Harrison, ends up with it. She tries to go up, and then the refs call a foul. So Harrison's going to be shooting. First shot's up for Harrison. It's good. 44-38, 26.9 on the clock. Hard-fought game for both teams. It's been close the whole night. And that second shot for Harrison is up, and it's good. Long with the ball, and she's making her way down the court, and it is off her foot, and it's going to be Wrangell ball. All right. Harrison into Johnson, 20 seconds. Johnson's up top. Tries to get to Harrison, but Harrison wasn't looking, so it's Haines' ball. Harrison is going one-on-one with Dorn, and they're calling a foul on Harrison. So we have Dorn at the line, 44 for Haines, 39 for Wrangell. Shot's good for Dorn. Second shot's up for Dorn, it's good. Harrison tosses the ball into Johnson. Long meets Johnson at the midcourt line. Johnson to Harrison, Harrison to Win down to Nelson. Nelson spins, give it back out to Win with the shot up. It's no good, it ends up with Long. And that's the game, folks. 46 Haines, 39 Wrangell. It's been a pleasure to be with you. We'll have the Varsity Boys game coming up in about 20 minutes. Hope you have a good evening. And thanks for tuning in on 101.7 FM or with our friends up there in Haines at KHNS.
Ramey's gonna come and do the other game. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Have fun.
What's Tony tonight? Good, how you doing? Not bad at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wrangell Gymnasium. I'm Ramey Privet, your host for the boys game tonight. The Wrangell Wolves versus the Haines Glacier Bears. The Lady Wolves lost tonight. A good game, close match, but Haines just pulled it out. Starting for Haines tonight's going to be number 23, Swanner.
Number 11, junior, Alex Wersinger.
Number 11, Alex Wersinger.
12, sophomore, Cruz Nettleton.
Number 12, Nettleton.
Number 3, sophomore, Colton Cole.
Number 3, Combs. Number 40, Stickler. A couple of these guys I ref in wrestling.
Coached by James Hart.
Starting off tonight for the Wrangell Wolves. Looks like it's going to probably be Evan Gillen, number 22. Number 20, Ian Steed.
Number 4, sophomore, Boom Chain.
Number 4, Boom Chain Louts.
Number 34, junior, Daniel Harrison.
Number 34, Harrison.
And number 15, a junior, Lucas Schneider.
And number 15, Schneider. So it looks like we're ready to rock and roll here. Looking, looks like maybe Swanner. Yep, Swanner's going to jump against Harrison. Got Blatchley, J. Bush, and Brooks as refs tonight. See how they do. The ball's up, and Swanner gets it away, but Wrangell's going to come away with it. Steed's going to drive it all the way to the hoop, in good for 2. I think there's a little confusion there. Combs with the ball now. Combs gets it over to Alex. Alex back over to Combs. Combs looking around now. He's going to try to get it down past the half court. Does get Nettleton all the way down to number 12. Goes up good for 2 all by himself. That's Nettleton. Steed with the ball. Looking around. Trying to get it down on the inside. Gets it to Harrison for a little alley-oop action. No dunk, but it goes in for 2. Wrangell 4, Haines 2. Wrangell steals the ball, gets it over to Boom Chain, goes up to Schneider. Schneider brings it down. Lucas. 6-2, 7:09 in the first. Alex gets it down to Stickler. Gets it back over to Combs. Combs now looking around. Gets it over to Alex. Alex takes the dribble now, gets it around over to Swanner. Swanner back over to Combs. Combs looking around, gets it over to Stickler, back out to Alex. He thought about it, stopped though. And Combs is going to come away with that one. Almost stolen away by Wrangell. Combs stops his dribble though, and then stolen by Steed. He's going to go up for 2, and that's good. Only 6:30 in the first, and it's 8-2 Wrangell lead. Combs trapped over on the side, gets it over to Alex. Alex going to get across half court. Going to go all the way down, gets it over to Swanner. Swanner now gets it out to Combs. Combs looking all the way down into Nettleton. No, gets it back out. Combs throws a long 3 up, bounces around, no good. Harrison gets it now. Harrison's going to try to drive in and does. Goes up for 2, dribbles around, goes in. 10-2, 6:01 to go in the first. Combs got it now. He gets over half, gets it all the way down to Stickler. Tries to drive in to stop. Combs gets the ball back. He's looking to get it out. They've got a little bit of a trap going. Gillen's all over him. And they're going to call a 30-second timeout. Haines, that is. No fouls so far. So I'm going to leave it right here. We're going to start at the back page. Wrangell Teachers Association supports healthy activities for all students and is proud to support the Wrangell Wolves this season. The Wrangell Teachers Association fostering and encouraging all students to excel to their potential. Go Wolves. Said that word wrong. I must have went to Wrangell High School. 5:47 in the first period. 10-2. Wrangell with the lead. There's the buzzer. Haines is on the floor, ready to go. Here comes Wrangell. It's going to be Haines' ball. Alex is going to inbound it. Gets it over to Combs. Combs looking around. Gets back over to Alex. Gets it over to Stickler. Back out to Combs. Going to stolen away from Speed, but they're going to call a foul. That's going to be the first one. That's going to be on Haines. That's going to be on Alex. It's going to be his first. Harrison's going to inbound it now. It gets to Gillen over to Steed. Steed looking around. He's going to try to drive in and does right in the middle of the paint. Goes up for two. Bounces around. No good. Harrison comes away with it. Harrison goes up. No good. Jabish is going to call a foul. So that's going to be on Haines. It's going to be on number 12. That's going to be on Nettleton. It's going to be his first one. 10-2, 5:26 to go in the first. Harrison's first one's up. Nothing but net on that one. Harrison's second one on the way. Nothing but net on that one as well. 12-2. Wrangell with a 10-point lead. Alex gets it into Combs. Combs gets it over to Stickler. Stickler takes up the dribble. Now he gets over to Combs again. Combs going to try to set something up here. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner gets it back over to Combs. He's looking around. Going to try to drive in. Stops his dribble. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner in the corner for three. Nothing but net on that one. Swanner could shoot the three. Harrison with the ball. He's looking around. He's going to drive in the paint. Does. Throws a little hip there, though. That's going to be on Haines, though. It's going to be on 23. That's going to be on Swanner. It's going to be his first personal. Harrison's first one's up. And nothing but net. The Wolves must be working on free throws this week because the last game I called, they weren't doing so hot. Second one's up. Nothing but net on that one. 14-5, Wrangell lead. Combs with the ball now. Wrangell trying to set up the full press. Alex gets the ball now. He's going to get over half court. Drills through everybody. Gets it all the way down to number 12. Throws it up. No good. That's on Nettleton. Wrangell comes away with it. Schneider now. Gets over half court. Gets it over to Steed. Steed out to Harrison. Harrison's going to try to drive in. Does over to Boom Chain. Louks. Louks out to Steed. Over to Harrison. Harrison's going to take a long three. Nothing but net on that one. 4:32, 17-5. Combs got the ball now. He's going over half court. Gets it all the way down. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner's going to pull a three. It does. No good on that one. Wrangell's, they're going to say it's, should be Haines' ball. Went off for Wrangell. Yeah, I think it might have went off somebody's head. They just decided not to grab the ball. Alex is going to inbound it. All the way over to Swanner. Back over to Combs. Combs now gets it over to Alex. Alex is dribbling around, gets back over to Combs. Trying to get it over to Swanner, does. Swanner gets it into Nettleton. Goes up for two, bounces around, no good. Wrangell comes away with it. Harrison with the ball now. Gets it over to Steed. Steed back over to Harrison. Harrison taking his time, 3:50 to go in the first. Louks with the ball. Gets back over to Harrison, over to Steed, back over to Schneider. And Lucas going in, bobbles it around, and going to go off of Gillen. Combs comes away with it, but he's on his knees, so they're going to call a foul on number 22. It's going to be Trevor Gillen. Alex has got the ball, gets it into Combs. Combs has got wheels. He's set up by a trap, though. Here comes Alex now. He gets it back over to Swanner. Swanner looking around. Takes the dribble. Gets it over to Combs. Combs dribbling around. Looking for somebody to be open. There's Alex. Alex back over to Swanner. Swanner back over to Alex. Alex gets it to Swanner. Swanner throws up a three. Can't leave him alone. Nothing but net on that one. 3:03, 17-8 Wrangell lead. Harrison dishes it off to Steed. Steed going to drive into the paint, goes up. They're going to call a foul. Going to be on the shot, so it's going to put Steed at the line. 2:52 to go in the first. Steed's at the line, first one up and good. Hanson coming in for Wrangell. It's going to sit Gillen down for a bit. Give him a breather. This next one's up off the back of the rim, no good. Wrangell comes away with it. Harrison goes up for two, and that's going to be a foul on number 40, Stickler. Put Harrison at the line. 17-8, 2:52, still on the clock. First one's up, nothing but net. Got number 10 coming in, Davis. For Haines. Second one on the way, nothing but net, 19-8. Swanner gets it into Combe. Comb's going to dribble down, gets it over half court. We'll try to slow down a little bit, let some of his guys catch up. Almost trapped. Swanner with the ball now. Swanner's trying to get it over, gets it over to Davis. Davis looks around, nobody there, back over to Combs. Combs going to throw up three, nothing but net on that. 20-11, Wrangell lead. Get this over to Steed, over to Harrison. The give and go from Harrison to Steed, up and good for two. 22-11. Combs now has got the ball, gets it over in a full court press from Wrangell. Davis is going to dribble through everybody, gets it over Stickler. He's going to throw up three. Nothing but net on that. If Haines has got anything, they've got a three-point team here. 22-14, 2:07 to go. Steed with the ball now. Gets it over to Hanson. He's going to try to dribble in. Nope, gets it over to Harrison, throws it up. Nothing, gets his own rebound, goes up again. Nothing, gets it again, goes up, and this time good for two. 24-14. Combs with the ball. He's going to be met with a trap. There's over to Stickler. Back over to Combs. Get it over the half-court line. Looking around, gets it over to Swanner. Swanner now over to Davis. Davis looking around, he almost throws it up a three, gets it over to Combs, does throw up off the corner. Swanner gets the rebound. Davis comes back out with it. Combs with the ball now. He's going to dribble around. Gets it over to Swanner. Almost out of bounds, but saves it. Back over to Davis. Back over to Combs. Back over to Swanner. Swanner back over to Davis, looking around, gets it into Stickler, bobbled around, but he gets it back up to Davis over to Combs. Combs a long three-pointer, no good on that. Hanson comes away with the rebound for Wrangell. Lucas now's got the ball, gets over half court. 52 seconds to go in the first. Got Steed with the ball, he's up top, way up top. Wrangell's gonna call a timeout. It's gonna be a 30-second timeout. So we'll leave it here. Alaska Marine Lines support for Wrangell Wolves basketball from Alaska Marine Lines, featuring year-round, twice-weekly service to Southeast Alaska. Rates, estimate, and sailing schedules available online at lynda.com or in Wrangell at 907-874-3314. AML wishes the Wolves the best of luck this season. So 45 seconds to go in the first quarter, 24-14. There's the warning buzzer. Haines has 5 fouls, Wrangell's got 1. Team foul, that is. Looks like Harrison's going to inbound the ball. Harrison with the ball, nobody open though. Gets it all the way over to Lucas. Lucas it down to Hanson. Hanson's going to dribble around through the legs, back out to Lucas. Lucas is going to try to drive in and stop though. Gets it over to Steed. 30 seconds now, 35. Steed with the ball still, just burning a little clock. Gets it over to Lucas. Lucas is going to try to dribble in, but there's stop there. Gets it over to Harrison. Harrison, 21 seconds now. They're just burning the clock. Looking around, gets it over to Steed. 15 seconds now. Steed's thinking about driving in. 10 seconds. Stops short to drive in, pulls up a jumper. Off, no good. Davis comes away with the rebound. Davis keeps it, 2 seconds left. Gets it over to Combs, and Combs is going to throw up a long one from half court, no good. We're going to send it back to the station for 60 seconds. We'll be right back. So it's going to be I don't know whose ball. Oh, Haines' ball. Here we go. Starting of the second quarter. Combs with the ball. Gets it over to Davis. Davis over to Stickler. Back over to Combs. Combs going to pull up a three. Boom, off the back of the rim. No good. Wrangell comes away with it. That's going to be Steed down to Gadd. Gadd's going to dribble around. He's going to dribble to the hoop. Try to go up. He's blocked by two Haines guys. It's going to be stolen away. They're going to call a jump ball by Combs. It's going to be Wrangell's ball. Trying to get it out there. Gets it to Harrison. Barely. If Swanner would have turned around, he'd have stolen that one. Steed with the ball now. He's going to try to dribble in. Bounces around. Goes in to drive the paint. They're going to call a foul. They're going to call it. Jay Bush called the travel. They're going to call a foul instead underneath. Steed was surrounded by Haines guys. 24-14. Laux gets it into Harrison. Harrison looking around, trying to find somebody open over to Boomchain. Boomchain's going to try to dribble in. Out to Hanson. No. Gets to Steed. Steed loses his guy. Gets it around over to Gadd. Gadd's going to try to dribble in, and it's going to be bounced. And they're going to call that off of Wrangell. So it's going to be Haines' ball. Haines is going to kind of throw it away. Wrangell comes away with it. So Gadd now with the ball, gets it over to no one, keeps it, stops his dribble, gets it over to Harrison. Harrison looking around, gets it back to Gadd. Gadd over to Steed, over to Laux. Laux back to Steed. Steed throws up three. No good on that one. And Swanner's going to come away with that rebound. Combs with the ball now. And here we go. Back over to Swanner. Gets it over to Davis. Davis back over to Swanner, over to Combs on the side. He's going to throw up three. Bounces around, no good, but the 34 is going to come away with that rebound. 24, excuse me. Sweet got that rebound. Combe with the ball. Comb's going to throw up another three. Bounces around, no good. Sweet's going to come away with it almost, but it's going to be bounced around. And they're going to say it actually went off a Wrangell. And Davis is going to have the seat now, and Alex is back in the game. Alex has got the ball inbounds it into Combs. Combs gets outside. Back way up by half court. It's going to be a bad pass over to Alex, which Harrison takes it all the way to the other end, puts it up, no good. And Swanner went to go get the rebound, tipped it out of bounds. Laux is inbounding. Bounce passes into Hansen. Hansen looking around, takes a dribble, gets it out to Steed. Steed's going to try to drive in now. Goes up for two, bounces around, no good. Gets his own rebound, comes back out to the three-point line. Going to dribble in, pulls up a jumper. Nothing but net on that one. 26-14, 5:40 to go in the second. Alex goes all the way down, and they're going to call a foul. We'll see if they're going to count it. So that's going to be on Wrangell. It's going to be on 24, 34. Probably 34. So that's going to be on Harrison. We've got a new guy at the score table today. So we don't know who, he doesn't know how to do the fouls yet. So that's going to put Alex on the line. Up, bounces around, and good. So 26-17. Lucas with the ball now. Gets it over to Harrison. Harrison back over to Steed, over to Laux, into Harrison. Harrison's going to try to go up, doesn't. Gets it all the way back over to Lucas on the other side. He's going to drive up, bounce pass into Harrison, up, good for two. 28-17, 5:17 to go. Wrangell's going to do the press again, gets it over Stickler, gets it over Sweet, over to Swanner. Swanner comes back up, stops, looking around, gets it over to Alex. Alex gets it over to Combs, back over to Stickler, back over to Combs. Combs being guarded by Laux, gets it on into Sweet. Sweet's going to try to go up, no, back out to Combs. Now Combs drive in, put up a jumper, no good. And Wrangell's going to come away with that one. And they're going to call a foul on Stickler. According to my math, that's going to be his second. Just a little bit of a push there. 28-17, 4:44 to go in the second. Laux with the ball now. Gets it over to Steed. He's guarded right up by Sweet. Boom Chain with the ball, gets it over to Harrison. Harrison's going to try to go in, and they're going to call an offensive on Harrison. So Combs with the ball, gets it over to Swanner. Swanner gets it back to Combs. Goes up for a three, bounces around, no good. Harrison comes away with the rebound, starts his dribble. Gets over half court, pulls up a three. Nothing but net on that one. 31-17. Alex is trying to get it in, gets it into Combs, and Combs has got some wheels on him, so he's going to go from one side of the court to the other, gets over half court. Slows it down now, though. Gets it over to Stickler, over to Alex. Alex takes a long three. Off the backboard and good. 31-20. Here comes the Glacier Bears, folks. Lucas is with the ball for Wrangell. Gets it over to Steed. Steed's going to try to drive around and stop, though, by Alex. Gets it over to Harrison. Harrison underneath, drives a paint, gets it back out to Steed, throws up three off the back of the rim, no good. Hansen comes away with the rebound, throws it up, good for two. 33-20. Combs with the ball, bounces it over to Sweet. Sweet gets over to Stickler. Off his fingertips, but saves it. and Wrangell comes away with it. Steed now looking around at the three-point line. Gets back over to Harrison. Harrison going to drive in, and they're going to call a block on that one. And that's going to be on the shot. So that's going to be on Stickler as well. So that's going to be his third. We got, looks like Nettleton coming back in, and looks like we've got Aiden Gillen coming in. Harrison's first one on the line, off the front of the rim, no good. 33-20, 3:04 to go. Wrangell's got 2 team fouls, and Haines has got 3. Second shot's on the way. Off the front, no good. Taken away by Swanner. Gets it over to Combs. Combs all the way down to Alex. Alex going to throw up 3. Bounce around, no good. But that's going to be taken by Nettleton. Back over to Alex. Back over to Combs. Nettleton's going for the ball. Throws one up. No, off the front of the rim, no good. And Wrangell gets it. Wrangell's going to slow her down just a little bit. Gets it over to Harrison. Harrison's looking for a screen. Gets one from Hanson. Going to pull up a little jumper. It's good for 2, 35-20. Combs, I'm going to say there's a foul on probably going to be number 24. Yep, that's going to be on Aiden Gillen. So Alex with the ball now. Gets it into Combs. Combs gets over half court, back over to Alex. They're going to call travel on Alex. Maybe one too many steps. The ref calls a timeout. Says there's Alex has got blood on his something, so he's coming out and Davis is coming in. So Jay Bush is at the ball. Looks like everybody's set to go. Harrison with the ball. Moves it over half court. 2:20 to go. Boom chain with it. Gets it over to Aiden. Yep, Aiden gets it back over to Louts. Louts looking around now. He's going to try to drive in, and that's going to be patted away by Davis. Harrison's going to inbound it to Wrangell. Trying to get somebody open. Finds Gillen. Gillen all the way down to Lucas. Goes up for 2 and good. 37-20. 2 minutes to go. Combs gets it over to Sweet. Sweet looking around. Gets it over to Swanner. Now he's going to try to get it back. Does get it back to Combs. Combs looking around. Back over to Swanner. Back over to Davis. Davis over to Sweet in the middle, back out to Swanner, over to Davis, now into Nettleton, back over to Swanner. Looking around, trying to find an opening, gets it over to Combs. Combs into Nettleton, back to Combs, into Nettleton, and they're going to call a foul. That's going to be on 34, so that's going to be on Harrison. We've got Harrison coming out of the game. Trevin Gillen coming into the game. We got the Gillen brothers. Davis with the ball over to Combs. Combs looking around, gets it back over to Swanner. Swanner almost pulls up a quick jumper. Good on that one. 37-22. 1:15 to go in the first half. Lucas with the ball, gets it over to Aiden. Aiden's going to dribble around, gets it over to Louts. Louts looking around. Holds it, gets it over to Lucas, back over to Hanson. Hanson's going to pull one up from the free throw line, and that's good. Combs now with the ball, and he's met with Wrangell. Gets over to Davis. Davis looking around, gets all the way down, and it's going to be stolen by Wrangell. He's trying to get it to Nettleton. Lucas with the ball, 44 seconds left on the clock. Lucas is holding it. Looking around, burning some clock here. Lucas gets it to Aiden. Now over to Laux. 28 seconds to go. Laux is going to try to drive in and is stopped by Haines. Comes back out, gets it over to Hanson. Hanson's going to drive in. Kind of throws one up, no good though. Gets it back over to Lucas. Lucas is going to try to drive. Gets it down into Trevin Gillen. Goes up for two, and that's good. 10 seconds, 41-22. Wrangell leads. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds. Swanner with the ball. He's going to get to half court, over half court. Throws up a long three. No good on that. So at the end of this first half, it's 41-22. Wrangell with the lead. We're going to send it back to the stations right now.
at the bar before I came up here.
Oh, yeah? He's like, oh, the roof of the camp, nice.
21 seconds to go before the beginning of the third. Five seconds. Well, welcome back to the Wrangell Gymnasium. The start of the third. Wrangell 41, Haines 22. It's going to be Haines' ball getting off the start here. Alex gets it into Combs. Combs looks over to Alex, trying to get it into Nettleton, but back over to Swanner, back over to Alex. Alex looking around, gets a long pass. They're going to call a foul on Harrison, which ran right into Swanner on that, trying to steal it. Harrison's actually laying on the ground. Might have been a hip-to-hip collision on that one. Just kind of laying there. He gets up. It's a little tender, it looks like. He's walking it off, though. 7:44 to go. The third. Actually looks okay. So that's going to bring Hansen into the game. Haines' ball. Combs with it now. Around trying to Stickler calling for it. Doesn't get it over. Gets it over to Alex. Back over to Combs. Combs looking around now. Gets it over to Swanner. It's going to be a bad pass. Going to be out of bounds. Swanner looking at Combs saying, hey, slow it down. It's okay. Steed with the ball. Gets it over half court over to Laux. Laux looking around. Gets it over to Lucas. Lucas gets it back over to Steed. Over to Hansen. Hansen looking for somebody. Gets it back over to Steed. Over to Lucas. Laux. Steed throws one up. No good. Gillen's going to come flying in there. Gets the rebound. Throws it up for two. It's going to be 43-22 Wrangell lead. Alex gets the ball, gets it over to Swanner. It's going to be swiped away by Lucas, though. Lucas gets it over half court. Going to try to drive in and stop. Gets it over to Gillen. Gillen's going to drive in for two. No good. And Stickler's going to come away with that rebound. Gets it over to Alex. Alex is going to get down the court now. Gets it back over to Combs. Combs looks around, gets it over to Swanner. Looking for Stickler. Back over to Alex. Alex looking on to Combs. Combs throws up a long three off the backboard and good. 43-25. These Haines gentlemen, they can flat shoot a three. Lucas with the ball, gets it over to Laux, over to Steed, now to Hansen. Hansen looking around, gets it over to Steed. Steed's going to try to drive in. Nope. Hansen's going to dive for it. Going to go out of bounds off of Wrangell. Haines' ball again. Alex is going to get it into Combs. 6:12 to go in the third. Combs up, way up high. He's going to try to get it over to Alex. Alex throws up three. Bounces around, no good. It's going to be tapped around. Alex comes away with it. Gets his own rebound. Gets it over to Combs, over to Swanner. Swanner's kind of tapped around by Gillen. Now it gets back over to Combs, back to Alex. Alex throws up another long three and nothing but net on that. 5:42, 43-28. Schneider now. He's got the ball, gets it over to Steed. Steed looking around. He's going to get the ball, and he's just kind of holding on to it. He's going to use a screen from Gillen. Tries to go, but he's blocked by Stickler. Steed gets it into Gillen, bounces it back to Steed, goes in up for 2, and that's good. 45-28. Coach Ingerman is saying it's Wrangell ball. And the refs are explaining that it's still Haines ball. Alex is going to inbound it for Haines. Gets it over to Combs. Combs is going to dribble around. Gets it up to Swanner. Gets it over the half-court line. Gets it over to Combs. Combs looks around, gets it over to Alex. Alex going to drive in, goes up, blocked a little bit, and they're going to call a foul. And that's going to be on Stickler. So that's going to be his 4th, if my math is correct. Which is going to bring Sweet back in the game. That is a sweet name, by the way. Steed gets it over the half-court line. Looking around, gets it over to Snyder. Snyder's got the ball, hasn't started dribbling, gets it over to Gillen. Gillen gets it out to Snyder again, looking around. Gets it over to Louts. Louts going to dribble it, gets it over to Steed. Steed looking around for a block. Gets it, doesn't use it though. Gets it back over to Gillen. The old give and go there. Steed goes up, and that's good for 2. Alex with the ball now, gets it over a half court. It's back over to Combs. Combs with the ball. Looks over to Swanner into Sweet, all the way over to Alex, back over to Combs in the corner, throws up a 3. Off the back of the rim, no good. He's going to get it though. Nope, it's going to go off of him, and Wrangell comes away with it. Alex over to Steed. Steed looking around. Gets it over to Hansen. Hansen back over to Gillen. Gillen's going to try to drive in. Does. Throws it up. No good though. Hansen gets the rebound back out to Louts. Louts going to drive back in. Throws it up for 2. No good. It's going to. Hansen gets a rebound. Tries to pop it off of Haines, but doesn't hit anyone. So it's going to be Haines' ball, and they're going to call a foul on Wrangell. It's going to be on maybe Lucas. Didn't see what J. Bush threw up there. Alex with the ball. Gets it over to Combs. Bounces it back over. Stolen by Steed. Goes up for 2. That's good for another 2. Wrangell now, full court press. Gets it over to Combs. Combs now gets it over half court. He's going to drive all the way in. Why wouldn't you? Goes up, no good though. Steed gets the rebound, comes away with it. Looking around. Going to try to drive in. Bounces it around. Goes up for 2, no good. Doesn't hit the net or backboard or anything. So that's going to be Haines' ball. 49-28, 3:13 to go in the third. And that's going to be a 30-second timeout on Haines. Support for this broadcast of Wrangell Wolves basketball game is brought to you in part by Century Hardware and Marine. Century is a proud supporter of the Wrangell's local youth activities. Go Wolves. Support for your Wrangell Wolves basketball is brought to you by Muddy Waters Adventure, offering tours and water taxis from Wrangell and the surrounding communities, including transportation of student-athletes, athletic teams. Muddy Waters Adventures is a proud supporter of the Wrangell Wolves team. Call or text 907-305-0206 or visit muddywateradventures.com for more information. So there's the warning buzzer. 49-28, 3:13 to go. Haines ball. Alex with it, gets it over to Combs. And Wrangell still's got the press going. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner looks over to Sweet, but doesn't get it to him. Gets it back over to Combs. Combs looking around. Davis right in the middle. Davis is going to turn, go in, goes underneath the Sweet, goes up for 2. And they're going to say not. It's going to be on Wrangell. But it's going to be a foul, but the shot's no good. So that's going to be on Snyder. Lucas. Alex now looks around, tries to get it in, gets it into Swanner. Swanner bounces it over to Combs. Combs over to Alex. Alex throws up 3. Off the side, no good. Wrangell gets the rebound. That's going to be Gillen. Snyder with the ball, gets over half court. Almost loses it. Looking around for somebody open. Gillen gets it over to Laux. Laux now dribbles back out and around over to Snyder. Throws up a long 3. No good on that one. And Wrangell dives for it. And it goes right into Haines' hands. Gets it down to Alex. Alex is going around. And ball goes out of bounds. Not hit or anything. Just goes out. It's going to be Wrangell's ball. So now Haines is playing full court, man-to-man. Gets it over to Snyder. Snyder's going to be almost trapped. Nope, gets around Alex. Looking around, gets it down underneath. And they're going to call a foul on Wrangell. And that's going to be on Trevin Gillen. Way over the back. Lucas is going to, no, Laux is coming out. And that's going to bring Gadd in for Wrangell. 2:12 to go, 49-28. Combs with the ball, gets it over to Alex. Alex gets it all the way down to Swanner. Swanner fakes me out, throws up a 3 now. Bounces off the back of the rim, no good. And Steed's gonna get it, go all the way to the other end. Pulls it up for 2. That's gonna be good. So we've got a full timeout from Wrangell. So the score is Wrangell 51-28. Haines will send it back to the stations. Well, the warning buzzer has sounded. It's going to be Haines' ball. Alex with the ball, trying to get it in. Gets it into Swanner. Swanner now looks around, gets it over to Alex. Back to Alex. Alex is fast. Gets it over to Combs, over half court now. Combs throws up a jumper. And that's going to be on Wrangell. I believe that's going to be on Steed. I believe that's his first. And that's going to put Combs at the line. Minute 44 to go. First one's up. Another Burnett. 51-29, Wrangell lead. Second one on the way, nothing but net on that one, 51-30. Hansen trying to get it in, gets it into Gadd. Gadd starts his dribble now. He's guarded by Combs, who is fast as well. Between Combs and Alex, they could run circles around this place. So Alex is going to inbound it to Combs. Combs brings it over the half-court line, looking around, gets it over to Alex. Alex now back over to Combs, over to Swanner. Swanner's going to try to drive in. Stop though. Gets back over to Alex. Alex throws up a 3. Bounce off the side of the rim. No good. It's going to be a foul on Haines. I think that's going to be on Sweet. Yes, it is. Going to be Sweet's first. Going to be Haines comes away. I don't even know how to call that. Haines comes away with it. Alex back over to Swanner. Swanner's going to drive all the way into the paint. And they're going to call a foul on the ground. That's going to be on Wrangell. That's going to be on Gillen. Trevin Gillen. 1:15 to go in the third. And with the new rule now, that's going to put Swanner at the line. They're shooting 2. Swanner's first one's up. Nothing but net. 51-31. Gillen's going to take a seat, and you've got Connect coming in the game. Second one, hard off the back of the rim. Wrangell comes away with it, though. It's going to be Snyder, and he's blocked by Holmes and Sweet. Gets it back over to Gadd. Gadd now trying to get the ball away, and Haines is going to pull everything out. Almost a travel by Hanson. Gets back over to Steed. Steed now trying to get it in. Gets it in to Brody. Brody's going to go in, and they're going to call a foul on the shot. So Brody Connect is going to be shooting 2 from the line. 1:11 to go. 51-31. Wrangell lead. Connect's first up. Off the front of the rim, no good. Second one on its way. Nothing but net on that one. 52-31, Wrangell lead. Combs gets the ball now. Wrangell still run a full court press. And it's going to be trying to babbled away, almost stolen from Sweet, but no, there's Combs to the rescue. Combs down, looking around, gets it all the way over to Davis in the corner, back out to Combs, back over to Swanner. Swanner's going to show up a long 3 in front of the net, no good. But Davis is going to almost get that rebound, and Haines does get the rebound. It's back over to Combs. Combs down is going to try to drive in. No, yeah, he gets it into Sweet underneath. Sweet dribbles around, goes up for 2, and that's good. 36 seconds left, 52-33. Gadd with the ball, gets it over the half-court line, looking around, slows it down a little bit. Gets it back over to Steed. Steed back over to Gadd. Gadd dribbles around, doesn't see what he likes, gets it back over to Steed. Steed now gets a block set, and there's Davis. And they're going to say that's on the arm, but he was right there. It was almost all ball. And that would have been a nice steal. 14.3 to go in the third. 52-33, Wrangell with the ball. Trying to get it in. Gets it in. Nope. And it's going to be boppled away, and Alex gets it over to Davis. Haines ball back over to Combs. Combs throws up a 3, 6 seconds left. Nothing but net on that one. 2 seconds left. Trying to get it into bounds. Gets it over to Gadd. Gadd dribbles around. So at the end of the third, 52-36, Wrangell with the lead. We're going to send it back for 1 minute, back to the stations. So it's going to be Wrangell's ball. Buzzer went off already. Here we go. Last 8 minutes of the game. Gadd with the ball. Gets it over the half-court line. It's guarded by Combs, though, and Combs is on it. trying to look over, and gets it over to Connect. Connect now, looking around, trying to dribble in, goes up 2. They're going to call a foul on Haines on that one. Now Haines, it's going to be on Alex. So that's only his second, I believe. Connect at the line. This one's up and good. Second one's up. And that one's good. Haines with the ball. Stolen away by Wrangell. Steed gets it over to Schneider. Looking around. Back over to Steed. Steed trying to dribble in. Stops his dribble, though, and gets it back over to Lucas. Lucas looking around now. He's going to try to drive the paint. Does. Gets it over to Connect, and it's going to bounce around. And they're going to call a foul on Gadd. So it's going to be Haines' ball. Harrison for Wrangell still sitting on the bench. Just talking to his dad, who's a doctor in town here. We'll see what happens here. Sweet with the ball back over to Alex. Alex pours the heat on, gets it back over to Sweet. Sweet looking around, tries to get to Davis, doesn't, back over to Alex. And that's going to be Haines' ball, their side of the court. 7:20 to go, 54-36, Wrangell lead. Just about to inbound it. And Jaber said, no, not there. We're going to put it back over here where it went out of bounds. Jabush has been doing this a long time. You can't argue with that guy. Swanner with the ball now gets it over to Combs in the corner, back over and stolen by Lucas Snyder. Goes up good for 2, 56-36. Combs with the ball, and that one's going to be batted away by Hanson, who dives and bats it away. But it's going to be bobbled around, and Gadd comes away with it. Wrangell gets it back over to Snyder. Looking around, they get it over to Hanson. Hanson bounces it into Connect, and it's going to be stolen away by Alex. Now given over to Combs. Combs is going to get it down all the way down to Swanner. Gets it over to Combs. Combs goes up for a long 3, nothing but net on that one. 56-39. Gadd with the ball, gets it over half court, gets it over to Steed. Steed looking around now. Going to dribble into the paint, gets it, bounce passes over to Connect. Connect up for 2. 6:20 to go in the fourth. Combs now looking around. Gets it over to Davis in the corner. Davis throws up a 3, bounces around, no good. Gadd comes away with it, gets it over to Steed. Steed all the way down to Lucas. Lucas goes up. It's going to be blocked by Swanner. Alex gets it over to Swanner. Swanner looking around, gets it back over to Alex. Alex wide open, throws one up, bounce off the back of the rim. Combs comes away with it. Combs back over to Alex. Back over to Combs. Combs throws up a long 3. Don't leave him open. Bounces off. No good on that one. That one's going to be saved by Sweet right into Wrangell's arms. So Steed with the ball runs into Alex. Gets it back over to Wrangell. Wrangell goes up. That's Hanson. Gets it back out to Steed. Steed's on the ground, and they're going to call a travel. He did slip a little bit on that one. So it's going to be a 30-second timeout for Wrangell. So, support for Wrangell Wolves basketball comes from Breakaway Adventures, supporting healthy youth activities in our community. Go Wolves. Support for Wrangell Wolves. Support for the Wrangell Wolves comes from Wrangell IGA. Wrangell IGA is a full-service grocery store open 7 days a week and is a proud sponsor of Wrangell Wolves basketball. So it's 5:27 to go here in the fourth, 58-39. Both teams only have one team foul. Wrangell back out on the court. There's the warning buzzer. And it's going to be Haines' ball. Wrangell ball, excuse me. Snyder with the ball, trying to get it out. Gets it to Hansen. He's going to throw up a three. Bounces around, no good. Gadd gets the rebound. Tries to get it out to connect. He does. Looks around. Gets it into Hansen. Hansen's going to try to go up. Bobbled around, though. Gets it over to Steed in the far corner. No good on that. Hansen comes away with it. Gets it over to Gadd. Gadd with the ball, and Combs is right there to meet him. Davis is there too. He's trying to steal the ball. Now he's blocked over, but it's it over to Steed in the underneath in the paint. Goes up for two. It's going to be 60-39. 4:50 to go. That's sweet. Throws one up. Good for three. Gadd's got the ball. He's going to try to drive down. Gets it over to Connect. Connect starts his dribble. Gets it over and throws it right into Swanner's arms. Swanner's going to drive all the way in. Throws it up off the backboard. Good for two. 60-44. Steed with the ball now. Gets over half court. Just Alex down there. Sweet. Bounces around. No good. Davis with the rebound. Sweet now has got the ball. Gets it over to Combs. Combs looking around, gets it over to Alex, back over to Davis in the corner, throws up a jumper, bounces around, almost stops. Combs with it, up for two, 60-46. Wrangell lead. Steed now gets over half court, looking around, and it's going to be swiped away by Swanner, but it's going to stay Wrangell possession. Gadd's coming out. We've got Laux coming in. Looks like we've got a timeout. It's gonna be a full timeout on Haines. So we're gonna send it back for the 1 minute.
I would like to all wish Christy good a happy birthday. It's your birthday, Christy.
Well, there's the warning horn. We just had a rousing round of happy birthday to the girls' Wrangell coach, Christy Good. Happy birthday, Christy. You almost got out of the gym without somebody finding out. Wrangell's ball. Steed's going to inbound it. Looking around, gets it over to Hansen. Hansen over to Snyder. Snyder looking around, gets it into Steed all by himself, goes up for two. And it's good, 62-46. Wrangell running a press now. Haines, Combs gets it over to Swanner. Swanner gets it over to Alex. Alex back over to, nope, gonna keep it. Gonna try to get it over to Swanner now. Swanner all the way back over to Alex, over to Combs. Back over to Swanner. Swanner going to throw up a quick three. No good off the back of the rim. And that's going to be Haines' ball again. And that's going to be Sweet going in for two. 62-48. Looking around now. Laux within. He's trapped by Davis and Combs. And Haines is going to come away with that one. So they're going to call a timeout on Wrangell. It's going to be another full timeout. So I'm going to send it back to the stations one more time. That's the warning buzzer. 3:05 to go, 62-48. Wrangell with the lead. Wrangell's got one more timeout. I believe Haines has two. Snyder's got the ball. Try to get to Laux. Does. Almost travels. Gets it to the Connect. Connect's going to turn around. Gets it over to Hansen, but it's going to be stolen away by Alex. And they're going to call a travel on Haines. The Haines boys, they are fast. They can flat move. So it's going to be Wrangell's ball. Snyder trying to get it in, gets it into Laux. They're going to call a foul on Combs there. Snyder with the ball, gets it into Laux. Laux guarded by Combs. Gets it over to Steed. Steed looking around now. Gets it over to Snyder. 2:45 to go. Snyder gets it over to Steed. Looking around, drives in the paint, gets it over to Hansen. Goes up for two. No good, though. Who's going to come away with it? Steed tips it back in. Combs with the ball now. He's getting through, getting by Laux. 64-48. 2:25 to go in the fourth. Alex with the ball. He's going to throw up a long three. No good, though, and Connect's going to come away with the rebound. Gets it over to Snyder. Snyder's going to get it over half court all the way down to Laux. Laux going to go up for two, and that's good. Alex with the ball gets it over to Combs. Combs gets almost trapped, gets it over to Sweet. Sweet back over to Combs. Trying to drive in, and Snyder's there. And Haines is going to call a timeout. See how long it's going to be a full timeout by Haines, so we're going to send it back one more time to the stations. So the warn has gone off. It's Haines' ball. Alex is going to get it into, looks like Combs. Yep, gets it into him now. 2 minutes to go in the fourth. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner throws up a three, no good. Connect gets the rebound. Gets it over to Steed. Steed's going to try to dribble, but wiped away by Davis. Holmes now is going to try to drive it over to Swanner. Swanner gets it. Going to go up for jumper. No good on that one. And Lucas is going to be fouled on that. Tripped up by Alex. That'll be that's Alex's fifth. So that's going to bring Stickler back into the game. Wrangell's ball, trying to get it in, gets it to Hansen. Hansen's going to look around, gets it all the way, is double teamed now, gets it over to Steed. Steed looking around, dribbling it. 1:27 to go on the clock. Bounces it out to Hansen now. Hansen back over to Steed. Steed picks up his dribble, and it's going to be swatted by Swanner, and it's going to be Hansen that comes away with it, though, after a little spot with Haines. Steed gets his own couple of rebounds and throws it up. Now Combs has got the ball, and that's going to definitely be a foul on Boonchain Laux. 68-48. Stickler's going to inbound it to Combs. 56 seconds. Combs is going to let it go. Gets it over to Stickler. Gets it down into Sweets. Sweet looking around. He's trying to get around. Nobody there. He's blocked up. Gets it out to Stickler. Now Stickler. And it's going to be bopped away by Connect, but that's going to be a foul. So 43.8 on the clock. 68-48. It looks like Gillen's going to try to get in the game. Aiden Gillen. Stickler gets it over to Swanner, gets it over to Combs, throws up a long three, and Snyder's going to come away with it for Wrangell. 34 seconds over to Steed. 30 seconds now. 27 seconds. Steed's going to be looking around. 23 seconds. Nobody's really going after it. Gets it over to Bodie, and Stickler comes away with it. Gets it over to Swanner. Swanner goes up for two, and that's good. 13 seconds now. Gets it. Snyder with the ball. 10 seconds. Gets it all the way down to Connect. Connect looking around. Loses his dribble. Gets it over to Snyder. 3 seconds now. And that's going to be the ball game, folks. So, at the end of the night, Wrangell comes away with the W for this one, 68